late today. Sorry about that. Some life stuff got in the way. Earlier, I posted on Instagram about failing, and since that's kind of the theme of this mold here, is failing, I wanted to kind of just talk about that a little bit. So this started out as another mold and then it failed, so we have, like, this is the leftover part that I might be able to salvage. I got a good tip earlier from Magoob Toys on Instagram about when he has clay stuck to a mold, he'll put it in the freezer and then is able to it like comes off pretty easily. So I might try that later. So that's like, so we're trying to take this mold that failed and turn into something like useful. Sorry. So basically what I did was I took all the parts out of that mold and I'm rebuilding them in this. So I'm in the process of building up the clay positive. Okay. So I'm just going to continue doing that. We're getting close. I'm going to have 2 vents here. Well, not vents, but channels for the resin injection. So I'm going to have one that runs up this side here to the top, and then I'm still kind of debating. I'm either going to have another one run through here between the two, or I'm just going to have it come out the back here and go up this side. They'd probably be better to both be attached like kind of in the same area, like the top of the shoulder. So I might cave and do that. It kind of just depends. But I'll worry about that later. I want to get the rest of this built up. And there's just like, I just put some resin chunks back here to, you know, bulk this up so I don't have to fill this whole thing with clay. So I'm just going to continue working on this and see where we end up. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to monitor like all the stuff at once. Alright, so I'm going to continue doing that. And so to kind of get back to what I was starting off with about failing, is that, so this is the result of a fail, right? I made something I thought was good, and it turned out that it had like issues that, you know, were basically impassable. So I could have spent like another day trying to salvage the mold, clean out all that clay, but once I had to like pull the parts out to get down to the bottom to access like enough space to pull out like the remaining clay, I'd already compromised the mold. So at that point, it was basically like, it was like 90% a fail. Like there was not a big chance I could recover that. So I'm just gonna remake it, and this is gonna end up being like better than the previous mold, so it's like fine. It's fine to like, you know, make a mistake, and then as long as you like realize what you're doing wrong and how you can fix it, then it's still like, it's still good. You can still make positive progress from that. This brown clay is starting to get a little difficult to work with for these clay positives. I still think it's a good sculpting material because it does get so hard. So you can sculpt in fine detail and, you know, not have to worry about, oh, I bumped it and it like got messed up. It starts out softer, like this lighter brown stuff is, I mean, it's hard to like kind of show it here, but it is softer. Once it gets like this more pale brown, it's becoming more, not brittle, but it's just becoming harder in general. So then it requires like more force, either more force on larger pieces or having to cut it into much smaller pieces to work with, which is what I've been doing, which has been making these, building these clay backs like a lot slower because I have to work in like a lot of small layers instead of like big, laying on big pieces at a time. So that's like slowed this process down a lot. So what I'm thinking on the next mold I do, I think I'm going to try using Sculpey Firm, which is the gray Sculpey clay. It's very similar to like Super Sculpey, except it's harder in general, but it's not as hard as this stuff is. So that's like another, that's not really like a fail, but it's like a thing that I'm kind of like learning or adapting to. And the thing about like failing though, like the post that I put up earlier was about how like it's okay to fail, especially like when you're learning something new or training for something. Anytime you're not like a seasoned pro, and even seasoned pros like make mistakes, you're not somehow exempted from making mistakes just because you've got a lot of experience. Because like mistakes can come in lots of forms. It's not always just like a reflection on your skill. Well, I guess I would say failure is more than mistakes, right? Like your material can be expired, or like someone else drops the ball on a thing, or you know, any number of things could happen that can derail your project or the thing you're trying to do. But like on a personal level, it's like okay to fail, and that you should expect to fail. Not in that like your skill is poor, but just that like, you know, things can happen and it's good to like adapt to that. Sorry, I'm still a little sniffly today. It like comes and goes. See, I have this like, this is all detached. This is like another problem I've been having, where it becomes detached from the acrylic base. Like no matter how much glue I put on, it's like not staying on. I got a suggestion from another one of my artists on Instagram who suggested using a fiber board, which you see with like cabinet makers and flooring. It's like this thin, dense board that will grip the hot glue a lot better, because the acrylic doesn't really stick to it. It just kind of does. So you exert a little bit of force on it and it comes right off, which is what's happening here. And I'm exerting force this way, packing clay down, which then pulls this up. So now I'm stuck with like this situation. But that's not like what I need to worry about at the moment, so I'll just punt that and worry about it later. So this clay, I'm having to cut it into like smaller pieces and then work it in my hands to warm it up. Because this stuff doesn't, you don't bake this. It's not gonna, it'll never like become hard as far as like a baked clay will, or a kiln fired clay to really take it to an extreme. But it still will get kind of stiff, so you have to work with it in smaller pieces. I gotta start thinking about like where I'm gonna put the vents on these. Actually, I think I might focus on this hand, because I need to make sure that that's mostly filled. And it is for the most part, but it's not to my satisfaction. So I'm just gonna put a bunch of little bits of clay in here. This music seems a little loud to me, but I didn't have time to test it today, unfortunately. So I guess just let me know if it's too loud. If you're hearing it over me, I guess. It doesn't look like it based on what I can see, but you know, you let me know. I don't usually have this much trouble like with this happening, the separation. This is like kind of a new phenomenon that's been happening. It's definitely frustrating. I guess I just need like the general. Yeah, I guess I want that to be shaped around this, so I don't want to actually cut that out. Alright, well I can build that up later. It looks like it's mostly filled. So I can probably ignore that for a little bit. Sorry about that. Let's see. Just gonna build up around this thumb. Yeah, so I'm gonna switch to I'm gonna try using the Sculpey Farm, the gray clay. It's like generally a non-hardening clay. I mean, it will kind of harden on its own, not like fully. You still have to bake it. But I think it might be a little bit more workable than this brown clay is. At least for like this purpose of building up these mold positives, where I'm basically just kind of piling on clay and packing it in there. It's like if it being like this stiff, it makes it hard to work with because I have to work very slowly. And this stage is already kind of slow. So having like a material that kind of doubles or triples the amount of time that I have to work on this part isn't like the most encouraging thing in the world. I think we're going to take a break from the pretzel audio today. Yeah. Actually, maybe not. I'll just skip this song. This song kind of sucks. I'm on this like happy hardcore kind of stuff. I'm going to build up this area around this hand. Yeah, this like lighter brown clay is newer, so it's a little softer, so it's easier to work with. If it's, for some reason, once it like is silicone cures alongside it, it starts getting harder. I assume it's just pulling out moisture or something. I haven't found like a good way to replenish it or to rejuvenate the clay. So it kind of just is getting like harder to work with, like the older clay is. Alright, this whole station sucks. I'll try Epic and see what this is like. I'm guessing it's more soundtrack-like. Usually I'll try to get like the clay built up around the edges of the part kind of early, because then it makes just filling in the rest of it easier, because you don't really have to think about it. You're just filling in the empty space, more or less. And then you can go back later and like kind of define the edge, your parting line. Alright, so now I go back to building up this top part. Yeah, see, when it's like softer, you can kind of just like pack it all on here and it's fine. Yeah, I like this brown clay a lot at first. Not at first, but like, I have been pretty happy with it. Just lately, it's becoming difficult to work with. And it's really just like the age of some of the clay. Let's see, I keep like kind of switching between these few tools. This is not really like an ideal tool for this purpose. Just kind of whatever works at the moment. Trying to just mesh it together just enough that it like kind of grips onto itself, so I don't have to worry about pieces like falling off as I'm adding new pieces. So I want to raise this a little bit higher here. I want it to be maybe like not quite a half a centimeter higher, but somewhere in that vicinity. Because this is going to be like the top, the flat top part. It'll form kind of like the cap portion for this half of the mold. Maybe that's probably high enough. So just a little higher on this side. So the fiberboard that I mentioned, I bought some of it yesterday. I just got a 2x4 foot sheet at home improvement store for like less than 10 bucks. I'm gonna try it on my next mold instead of the acrylic bottom. I'll still use the foam core for the sides though, so I have to cut that down, and I didn't. It wasn't really necessary to do like before working on this because this is already in progress. I guess I could take this off and then use that piece for the bottom so that this doesn't keep happening. But I'm like halfway through this, so I don't really want to stop. Let's see. I'll do the back a little bit here. I have the glue gun heating up, so I'm going to try to reattach this again. I think there's just clay residue or something here. I'm not really sure why it's not sticking. If it's really just pressure. I know if I put another piece on this side to close it in, then it'll probably be fine, but I can't. It's going to be a while before I can do that. Alright, so I should start figuring out where the vents are going to go. I guess this is hot enough. Maybe I can try to get this to stick, at least for a while. I'm just using the gun to melt the glue that's already here. I've had this stuff stick really well, but then lately it's been coming off. So I don't really know what the cause of that is, other than just the pressure and of pulling back on it, and it just not being overall strong enough of a bond. Maybe I need to like liquefy it. I don't know. Alright, so I'll let that dry a little bit. Well, cool down, I guess. And I just try to not push on it. Okay, so my vent parts are, this is for the hand. I think I'm going to try to fix these a little bit. And to do that, I need to get my Dremel, my rotary tool. Alright, I'm going to plug it in on the other side of my desk. Okay, so this is my rotary tool, and yeah, I'll just use that. Okay. So I'm just going to shape these a little bit. Some of them have these little like flanges on them. I just want to smooth that stuff all down. Try to make the contact area a little smaller, like thinner. Because it's the wider the contact area, the more of the part you lose. more the detail of the part, I guess, is the right way to describe that. Like this one's very thick, to the point where it could almost cause like air to get trapped there. So I want to smooth that down a little bit. These are just made from resin scrap that I have. I always start there when I'm building anything new. Try to smooth this stuff out too. I basically don't want to give like air anywhere it can get trapped. So everything should have kind of a slope to it. It doesn't need to be perfect. Just try to like think of the, you know, the air is flowing like up. So you're just trying to guide it out to where you want it to go. I'm really just like eyeballing the stuff. It's not. I just wasn't happy with where it was. So I thought I would try to reshape it a little bit. Alright, that's a little bit better. Sorry, some of this is probably hard to see in the video. Hard for me to see too. There are a lot of tools I use frequently, and that rotary tool gets used a lot. That's actually an older one that I got at a garage sale or an estate sale or whatever. And I like it better than the newer ones because the lowest setting, it doesn't turn as fast. So it, like the faster ones can possibly like, you know, that's not really ideal, but I guess it's fine. The newer ones can like, kind of melt the plastic instead of carving through it. Okay. So I just want some like, you know, narrow touch points here. Let's see how I want to build this thing up. So this was a little bit of an issue because running clay inside of that can make it difficult to remove that later. So I think what I want to do is actually kind of just note where that's going to be, and I'm going to smooth this back part out. So I'm going to try to build this like flush up against the hand so that for this part of the cast or the mold, the silicone is like, it goes in between the fingers instead of filling that with clay. I think it'll be a little easier. And then when you pull the clay off, it'll give the part something to like grip onto, so it doesn't like fall out of place. So I'm just gonna try to smush this into like a flat surface, and then I'll try to build up some clay behind it to support it. In between these fingers is a little difficult, mostly because this wall is here, but I want that there for now, so I just have to work around it. I'm trying to just define the kind of the line where it touches the hand. See if I can smooth this down. No, that's too big. I need my toothpick. Yeah, I made a flat end I can use for this kind of stuff. This probably still isn't like the best orientation for this part here. I got these tools recently, but they're like too soft for this. If they can smooth over a little bit of that roughness, then that's good. That's about all I wanted, was that. And I'll smooth what I can with this wooden tool. So I'm going to push this all back. When we get to this side here with the hand, I'm gonna have to kind of rethink this a little bit. See, because this clay's gotten so hard, it's when I try to like drag a bunch of it, it kind of just turns into this like brittle, rough surface. So I have to move the clay in like small amounts at a time to keep it kind of smooth. I'm still doing a lot of like pushing and pulling to smooth it as I go. Okay. There's not really a plan with this stuff. I'm kind of just pushing and pulling it around until it's kind of where I want it to be. I'm gonna try to smooth it, and then I gotta just check it again. Okay, so it actually can come out. I can put some down here. I can build kind of a ridge that comes out, so it's gonna go kind of like out and then in, I think. Like when it's closer to the final part. But then I'm gonna build this up back here because there needs to be something for this little reservoir to stick to, because it can't really just stand on nothing. So I'm just gonna kind of tuck this down. Try to attach it to this. Smooth out the surface. So even though I'm remaking this mold now, I'm still kind of constantly like asking myself if I'm doing it right. If like what I'm doing is going to get me the result that I want. And because I haven't done like enough of these, like if I had made a mold of these particular arms like enough times, I would have learned through repetition like what's the best orientation to put them in, like where to put your vents, where to inject. But I haven't, so every time I mold a new part, I have to, you know, kind of like run that experiment all over again, where like each step is like, you know, a learning moment. See, I could glue this on here, but I really don't want to, because I don't want to damage like the hand detail too much, and this being here is already going to do that. If I can push that in just a little bit, because later I can like put little cuts in here to ensure there's enough like space for like air to escape as the mold is filled with resin. I'm gonna have to just kind of hold this on here while I'm doing this. So I basically want this to get like pushed onto the part. And I want this clay to kind of hold the part against the clay backing. So I'm trying to like kind of fake this clay almost as like a glue, where if I press it against this part enough with little surfaces, it should grip it enough that it'll kind of hold it in place. I may actually have to, I'll probably end up gluing it to the injection line later to hold it in place. I did that on a previous mold, and it seemed to work. So this surface might actually end up being higher than I initially had planned. So now I can let it go and it like holds it in place. There's not nearly enough there, so I have to add more. That's kind of just what I'm doing with this. Is trying to make it hold on to this part for me. It's still loose. It's still loose. I'm pretty excited to try that fiberboard on the next mold. If it solves just this problem of like the walls becoming unattached from the floor, it'll already be a win. I gotta keep pressure on this front part. So again, like the back wall, if I don't hold it here, the pressure will just pull it right off all this clay that I've been adding. And then I'm starting again. Can add a little bit more to this side. Shoot. Take a look at the front. So I might have to build this part up just in here, and I'll leave these empty. Because that's not smoothed out enough, and now that I've built stuff up back here, I kind of don't want to... I don't want to leave it. It's just the perfectionist in me that's taking over. I want to like control the surface, and I know that I can't fully control it. This is probably a mistake. We're going to do it anyway. Okay. That looks alright. I'll just try to clean up this edge while I'm here. Well, it's more like the seam I want the seam around the hand here to be a little cleaner. Because if I do this now, I don't have to come back to it later. I can just ignore it. So this kind of stuff you gotta think too about, like, this is gonna be silicone, so is this all solid? Like, is it sturdy enough you can leave it, that when it's like by itself, when you put the mold house together, is it going to, you know, flex, or is it gonna maintain its shape and stay in the place that you put it? Because if like this piece were thin enough and it, you know, got pushed over here, it'll block this, and you could potentially have like a defective cast, or like an area that needs like special attention every time you pour a cast. I was gonna build this into like kind of a ridge here, and now with this part, I'm probably just gonna, it's just gonna be like a flatter shape. That's fine. Like the important part is we're just trying to get a surface here that doesn't present a problem with like the second half of the mold, creating the second half. And you don't want too many like thin, very thin walls of silicone. You want them to generally be kind of thick. So like, I think I'm actually just going to push this down. I think that thumb will be fine by itself. So it's one less like thin ridge that can be a problem. I almost need like a hook with a flat surface that I can use here. I guess I kind of have that. If I use one of these loop tools like this, I could probably use this outer part to smooth down this. Yeah. Fucking ants coming from. Okay. So we can use it to shape this. Okay. That area is looking better. This all looks okay. This is fine. Try to smooth that just a little. Okay, this all looks fine. So I'm going to build this up back here to try to stabilize this back area. So I'm just going to slowly kind of like pack some clay down. Try to collect some of these little scraps. I want to fill in this space right back in here. I'm going to create a seam there. Every time I'm like, this tool, I don't know. Maybe this. Because I'm like, it doesn't need to be perfect going into there. I want to get it filled in, and then I can worry about like caressing the surface. No, I don't want to push on this too much and risk popping this off. Shit. Oh, see, I pulled it up. I pushed it too much. Kind of hard to see, but I'm really just tamping this down. Trying to close up this area. Okay. I think I'm going to build a little bit here. Sometimes I gotta stop talking so I can focus on what I'm doing. Alright, so this back area is looking pretty okay. I could just smooth this down so I can not look at it again. That would be great. Because this tight corner with like a fragile part, the sooner I can get that where I want it and then stay away from it, the less likely it's going to randomly break on me and force me to spend more time fixing it. What I'm doing here is trying to push these little mounds of clay around to kind of blend them all into one rough surface, and then I can go over that and just kind of smooth it out. Yeah, see, it's a lot easier to do that when it's all got this like homogenized level. You can drag the tool across it with just a little bit of force, because all you really need to do is crush and drag those peaks, creating to create a flatter surface, as opposed to trying to take, like, you know, what I'm doing here, big chunks, and chop them up and move them around. You can do it, it's just like more work. So I'm trying to pick up a little bit of the surface area to close that up. Get back in this corner. This corner is probably just going to be a little ugly, and it'll have to be fine. Yeah, okay. So I feel like that hand, that open hand with the individual fingers, that kind of stuff is harder to mold because you've got all these like small channels that air can get trapped in, or that air can block those channels from having resin fill them. So you need to like get the air vented, get it vented so that the air has somewhere to go. But then those, like I said before, the more you touch the surface of the part with your venting, you're losing detail, because then that all just becomes one piece of resin as opposed to, you know, this like vented area, or you know, just the finger surface. I could have probably, like, an easier way to make these molds is probably to put them like so the fingers are down, so the fingers fill from the bottom up, but because I'm injecting it, I want the resin to enter the mold at the bottom and then fill it instead of pouring from the top. So that means you want to put the injection point at a place that's like either not visible on the finished product or somewhere that's like easily kind of smoothed over or sanded, whatever, so that once you remove the injection point remainder, you can't even tell it was there. That's why it's upside down, and I chose the shoulder. Okay, this hand is easier to vent because it's just like the one piece here. So I think this was the one that I made. It would go kind of like this. So we'll do the same. Let's see, let's mark. I have a marker here. And try to put some marks down where these finger crests are. It's probably not gonna. Yeah, that doesn't actually mark very well. The reason I wanted to do that was to take my little triangular file and then just put some little divots here at each of those points. Just to increase the contact. Oh yeah, this can be much bigger. Yeah. Whatever. Alright, we're gonna do the same on this. We're gonna file down this back a little bit. Out on the back, and also the front. Just more of the same. All these little ridges and lips and stuff. I'm trying to just smooth them out so that It's easier for the resin and the air to move between them. I'm trying to avoid any place that air could get trapped. Yeah, right there too. It's just about promoting the movement of the air out of your mold. Some of that's just frivolous sanding because I don't like the sharp ridges. So we'll do the same we did here. We're gonna kind of estimate where this is gonna go. So it's gonna go like here. So that'll be pressed up against the finger. And then this will kind of just angle back like this. So I have to put some clay behind here to build up this ridge. Once we know about where the hand's gonna, or where that piece is gonna sit, I'll build up the clay around it to and smooth it out. See, now it's coming off the back. Shit, this whole thing's gonna come off. Getting a little tired of that. This is the most troublesome mold I've probably made in a while. Like, the torsos are difficult as far as like the techniques and adequate venting, but this has been the most difficult with like these walls becoming loose a lot. I know it's just like I'm putting pressure on it indirectly, causing it to, the bond to weaken. Doesn't mean I can't be annoyed with it. Yeah, we need quite a bit here. So this is going to go, we're keeping this pressed against the thumb. And this is angled across. So I'm going to go straight back. Like that. I can cut a piece in later there to make sure the air can travel between them. Actually, I could probably just file this down a bit more to make this bigger. And these two are a little too tall. Should be flatter than they are. That's better. So I gotta build this up in here. I'll still put more behind it too. Sometimes you're just trying stuff till it works. The dust from sanding, that's getting kind of spread around. Better, not quite there. Got to stick this piece on top and try to smush it. See how that goes. Ah, fuck. So put some clay behind this. See how the whole thing's moving. It's not anywhere. That's where it's supposed to be. So this is against here, and this is down here. That's what I want, right? Like that. I guess I gotta do what I did here and just thicken up this back area. It's just that now I'm pushing on it from 2 different angles, so it's being a little difficult. This thing is so hard to hold in place. I think it wouldn't be, but so I'm trying to put pressure on it from this side and the back, or the front, and both sides want to like give. So I want to touch the thumb and also reach across the fingers, which maybe the part's just too small. It's not quite smooth. I'll try to add a piece in here. If I can stop doing that, that'd be great. Come on. I think I gotta build this side up. Because if that has pressure on it, it's less likely to move to the side. It seems to be helping. It feels less wobbly, less unstable. It's not like a great like wall of resistance here, but it's more than there was. Alright, I guess I'll work on this back part, try to strengthen this like back rest thing. Try to strengthen this without breaking the stuff I just built. Okay, so before I go too deep into this thing, let's see. So this, that area is not like great. It was good I came over and looked at this. It wasn't really like as done as I thought it was. Okay. Let's see. So this is built up here. We're sort of touching here. That seems not terrible. I'll try to make that look a little better. There's a little bit of space in here. I'm trying to close this stuff up. Basically, I just want to control this, like, the surface along that becomes like the silicone surface, where like the mold halves meet. I don't want like little tiny air pockets, and so I'm gonna try to clear these up, and then I'll just carve off the extra. Okay, so this all seems okay. Just try to smooth the surface down on the front, like where it meets the hand. That side of the hand I'm going to just hold off on. It needs a little bit more attention than I want to give it right now. Alright, look on this side. I just want to smooth out these surfaces. Again, like tamping that tamping across those surfaces, you can kind of force the clay like together in small amounts. It becomes a lot easier. You son of a bitch. As long as you don't push it. Still gotta be wary of that, like forward pressure on it. Basically gotta like smooth into it, like toward it, without really putting any pressure on it. Ideally, I want this like squared against the surface it's meeting. I'd rather they have like a perpendicular seam essentially instead of like a curved or slanted one. But with the walls here, it's hard to do that. So I'll just get it as close as I can and then let it go. Like, that's probably good enough. I felt it pull away once, so I don't want to mess with it too much. So I'm going to work on this bottom part. See, like that goes down behind the finger. I don't know how I'm going to get this in there. So I'll try to scoop it up. And just smush it in with this toothpick. That looks alright. It's a little rough there. I end up spending some time like cleaning up these edges. Because I want like the cleanest parting line I can get. Sometimes that means just taking the time. Okay, now this thing here. I want that to look kind of like a handle's coming out of the hand. And then I'll go dig this down to reveal like that the edge of that hand. So like the party line should ideally be, you know, the inside of the grip. I may also settle for close enough. See, I'm moving this. Dang it. I need to come back here and fix it. It's really easy to push these parts out of alignment. You gotta be really careful. I think that's probably fine. So I can take this and dig a little bit of this away. Try to make that seam a little bit better, because it's not that pretty right now. It feels very jagged. I'm trying to find the edge of the finger. Okay, that's better. So I'll do final cleanup on that line later. I'm gonna try to just carve some of the stuff down here. See, some of the stuff's not gripping the clay around it. So I gotta fix that. Alright, that area's not like really even close to being worked on. I'm gonna work on this middle part here, because this wall is not secure enough. It's still gonna like move with any small amount of pressure. I need to try to reinforce this a little bit and then close up all these gaps. Actually, it works better when I'm kind of chopping it like that. So like every mold, I'm still learning stuff. I don't ever feel like I'm done learning. I mean, part of that's because I'm trying to add or improve the techniques that I use. So I'm, I might like feel comfortable with a task, but then I always think about, well, how can I do this better? How can I do this more efficiently? How could I use less material? How could I make it smaller? Like, there's all these things I'm thinking about. So each mold's like an opportunity to improve my techniques and process and stuff. I want to define this edge here better. So I'm just going to push a bunch of clay up against the figure or the piece. So then I can carve it away and create an parting line. Because I want to define where that line is. I don't want the mold to do it for me. I'm going to try to enclose like the bottom part of this fin. I guess I'll keep working on this edge. And these arms are going to be used for a few different things. I'll be using them as, you know, just general parts. So like, you know, the upper arms will be used elsewhere. And then I'm going to use the hands to make, you know, interchangeable, like gloved hands. Or these, you know, clawed gloved hands or whatever. As like another variation for the existing figures and as parts for new figures. I thought I could cut through that, but I guess not. There we go. So this is a little too high. This needs to be lower. I want the parting line to kind of match the original one. So, like, these aren't even final molds. They're really intermediary molds. I still want them to be like good quality though, so I could ideally just pull cast from this to put onto figures. But for me, they are intermediary. They're going to be, the cast will then be modified. Add joints. Well, I'll separate them into two parts, and then add the glios peg to the glove and the socket to the hand. Smooth this out. Yeah, I'm going to push this back. Okay. Let's see. Sometimes these angles are a real pain. Man, I just cannot get this to be as smooth as I want it to be. It's just the angle. It's difficult to get in there and not like goof it up. So I guess I'll just do stuff like this. And be happy with it. Alright, so that line's like not great. So I'm gonna try to fix this. This is like the time to go and try to fix your parting line. Because once your mold's like built, the walls are up and you have all the keys and stuff to find, you don't want to go in there and, I mean, it'll be nearly impossible to like get access to the edges. I mean, if you're doing like a more traditional like horizontal 2-part mold, you probably can. But like once your box is built, that's pretty much like the done stage. You really don't want to have to go back in there and edit stuff. You want to get all that done before you put up that last wall. That's looking better. Yeah, that corner right there is kind of ugly. I have to make a tool to get into these like tight corners. This was supposed to be that tool, but even still, some of the corners are too snug. I just can't. So now this is the next best thing that I have. And it's a little too rough. I really need to use a really fine sandpaper to smooth out the edge, the surface on this. Just doing really minute edge cleanup. It's one of those focus moments. Alright, so that's looking better. I unfortunately have to take a pause here. We're going to do this. Alright. Okay, we're going to work on some edge cleanup here, just the rest of the way around. Looking at this and wondering about, I didn't really leave enough room here for the injection, but I can work around this. I can run it through, like up this side, and then through here. So it would be kind of at an angle. Yeah, I can work with that, I think. I mean, I'm going to be carving out some of this, so I could carve a channel in here as well, so it could probably be like at an angle, a slight angle. I could also knock this wall down and move it out. But that's later. I'm just going to worry about defining the edges, the seams, and because I can putting in those vents and the injectors like later. Not that you shouldn't think about that. Like, I did have a plan, and then as I put this piece on, because of the tilt of the hand, it ended up being a bit farther off than I had imagined. Because I'm trying to keep the mold small, you know, my space there is a little less than I thought it was. But like I said, I mean, worst case, I can just move this out a 1/4 of an inch, and that solves it. So it's kind of a non-issue. It's like extra work, but it's not work that disrupts this rest of the mold, as far as like the position of the parts or the flow of the resin, the venting. So it's pretty easily fixable. Digging out some of this to expose the halfway line. So this fin along the glove is like the midline of the part. So I use some of this stuff I carved away to fill in this area. I'll try to define this. Oops. Here. This is like the other area. I gotta carve away some of this. I gotta be careful here using this so I don't put a score line on the part itself. That is not what I want to do. I probably should have just used a different cutting tool. But it's done. Try to dig out some of this. Again, you kind of just carve off layers like it's like trying to scrape butter off or scrape bits off of like a cold stick of butter, it just like crumbles. So you have to like go in thin layers. Let's see, maybe I can use this. These things are pretty flimsy. These rings bend really easily. So they're probably only really meant for really soft clay. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn that thing off. I'll just use this scraping tool so I can kind of just chew little bits of it out. This is like the X-Acto. If you scrape along the edge of the part, especially like something like these softer plastic pieces, you're gonna put score marks on them, and then you either have to clean that up or it's just gonna be a permanent mark on your each cast that you'll have to deal with. So it's better to just not. Stuff won't even fall off on its own. I gotta like pull it off. Sounds like boss battle music. We're gonna fight the Durgan in Hyrule or whatever. Looking for the Triforce shard. Alright, I can just push some of this down. So that I'm trying to define this like edge line. And here where it's like not, I'm just gonna push this around. Trying to close up these little air gaps. Yeah, that like runs kind of like, it runs along it and then it like curves up all of a sudden, so I'm gonna try to dig some of that out. Okay. I think I need to dig out a little bit of this like surrounding clay. Not really a fan of that trick. Yeah, I can see it's like there's like a big like series of holes down there. Try to just fill that stuff in. Boy. If I could stop dropping my tools, that'd be great. It's a little difficult when the seam line you want is like kind of buried. And ideally you don't let it get to that point, but in this case it just was kind of unforeseen. I should have probably built it as I was working my way up the clay, or up the arms from the bottom. I could have put it in then. I'm probably spending way too much time on this. Where are these tiny ants coming from? These are new and they're like upstairs where there's no food or anything around. I almost need like an angled piece of a toothpick with a flattened edge on it to get in here and smooth this all down. If that edge is clean, then I can just work with this. This would be better if it was just a little more tapered. Like if that taper was longer, it would be even better. I could probably do it, I just don't want to. I don't know if those tools have like a varnish on them because they're very slick, or if they're just very finely sanded. I feel like they have some kind of lacquer or something on them to make them a little bit more like moisture resistant. Okay. That's better. This bottom part's going to be a real pain in the ass. Well, I'm probably exaggerating. Alright, let's see. This is going to go through here. I'll have the vent come off this side and flow up through here, so we'll carve that out once this is all ready. So let's see, I'm going to work on this side here, try to smooth this down, because it's not really where I want it to be. Some of this clay has to go. Hey, pretty good. Just trying to get this thing like in a better state. I ended up having to remake this thing. It's cool you get stopped by though. Either way. Oops. Yeah, so earlier in the stream I like showed the mold, so it's like I got it off to the side here. It's that yellow clay I was using, like it wouldn't come out of the mold very well, so it ended up being like a lot of trouble, and it's still kind of like all through the mold. Another person had suggested putting the mold in the freezer and letting that soft clay like harden and then just chipping it out that way. I haven't done that yet because I'm probably just gonna retire that other side and use it for scrap. This will be better anyway. I think there were some inherent flaws on the design of that other one that I just like was kind of ignoring. I should have been paying attention to. Like, I think the back-to-back where they were like one was back here and one was here. The mold, I think it would have been fine. I don't know. It's just in a spot where it's not like worth the work to kind of salvage it, so I just set it aside and I might come back to it in the future. I mean, you know, it's like I'm still like learning. I kind of consider every mold a learning process, whether I'm trying to improve, you know, the way that I make stuff, or something, you know, goofs up and I kind of like learned what not to do. So it was like a little crappy, but I didn't get too like bummed about it. I put up, I don't know if you saw it or not, I put up a post about kind of about that whole thing and about that mold, and the theme is like normalizing failure and how like sometimes you're just gonna screw up and that's okay. It's like, what do you know, what can you learn from that mistake to improve your work in the future? You know, it doesn't matter like what you're doing. We're all gonna like make mistakes. So just trying to use that as like a learning experience. I think I'm also gonna switch away from this brown clay because it's good. I think it's good as like an intermediary sculpting material because it gets like kind of hard. Yeah, that IG post is about like that's the first attempt at this, the one that, you know, we were making the weapon opiate jokes. And so I was kind of like, I'd already started remaking this in the last stream, so that post was like kind of a recap of, you know, what went wrong, and because this one wasn't like done yet, and I thought like, well, it'd be good to show like, you know, things don't always like go great, and that's okay. I think like between the two, this one will end up being just a better overall mold anyway, so it's like, you know, it's still like a positive out of a negative. But I got that fiber board. I'm pretty psyched to use that on the next one. And I think I'm going to use Sculpey Firm, the like gray Sculpey, instead of this brown stuff, because it's like a little softer than this, but it still holds detail and stuff pretty well. And then I can, you know, just like put it back in the bin and use it to sculpt with as well. Because like this brown clay is like fine, but it's like gets kind of like, it's so, some of it is so like hard that it's very slow to work with, which takes this part like even longer than it should take. And I know it's from using it, just somehow when it gets exposed to the silicone during like that cure process, it starts to dry it out. So, oh, that's awesome. I'll have to check that out. That's the first I've heard of it. There's like a decent amount of foreign movies that are on streaming services, and some of them look pretty cool, and I'm like, I don't have a problem with subtitles. It's more like I just have to plan that, you know, I'm gonna like watch that type of movie so I can be ready to like pay more attention. Not that I shouldn't pay attention to other stuff that I watch. Yeah, I have some of that Sculpey like rehydrating stuff that it comes in like a little drip bottle. So I have like some pretty old Sculpey Firm, and that stuff seems to like rejuvenate it pretty well. I've tried using it with this stuff, this like Michael's Craftwork stuff, and it doesn't really do anything. So the consistencies must be done. Yeah, I got a pasta roller. It's great for like getting that, you know, that initial like knead going. It makes a big difference. I don't have to wreck my forearms trying to soften that shit up. Yeah, like in the past, I've been using this brown stuff, and because I was kind of just doing it like at my own pace. Not that I'm not now. I could like goof around with it for, you know, too long. But since I'm trying to like make more significant progress a little more quickly, you know, this like brown clay is really good, but it's a little slow, and you know, if I could find something that can do the same job that's easier to work with, like why not switch? Or at least like switch between the two. Yeah, I was realizing that I was gonna have the inject sprues like come from the bottom here and go up the side, and then this was either gonna go through here or up here. And I realized this is like a little tight, so I might be knocking this wall out and moving it over. I tend to like build up a bunch, and then I'll carve out a bunch when I'm doing this. So how's it going for you today? Or this like, now is your week like done, or do you end up having like stuff on the weekend you got to do, like work stuff? Sculpey soft. Okay. I'll have to look into that too. Because that's what I liked about that yellow clay, is it's really soft, so I can build up with it fast. But then it like didn't want to come out of the mold, so it was like a pain. I use it occasionally, but this last time it just wouldn't. It just like coated the inside of the mold and wouldn't come out. So there's like little particles all over the inside of that mold. The first version of this, and that's partly why I had to scrap it, because I could have cleaned it all out, but it would have taken me like a day of doing that with, you know, a small tool and just picking at it. So I decided, not that it's less work to remake the whole thing, because obviously it's more work, but it's also like less frustrating, and I can kind of improve some of the areas where I felt it was like not optimal. And overall, this like mold design here is better than the previous one, so I can't be too upset about it. It's like lost time, but whatever. At least I didn't spend like a ton of time on it. There were little things like the CA Gorilla Glue. I guess it's got to be like completely cured before it like touches Sculptex. Okay. Oh, that sucks about working every weekend. Dang. Need a break. My sister's a nurse, and I was just talking to her last night, and she was like, yeah, I just got this new job, and I work like, you know, 3/12, so it's like 2 days on daylight and 1 day at midnight, and I'm like, how do you switch between them? But it's just like a thing she's got to do. But because she works the 12, she's like, you know, off more often. You know, she's got like a 1-year-old. She needs that time. Alright, so what are my notes for today so far? We've got Sculptex Soft, so I'm going to write this down because I'll forget if I don't. Alright, so I got that movie noted, because, yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like you're working a ton. Hey. List stream. I was talking about. I'm not familiar with your fancy streamings. The to-do list things. Yeah. That's the idea anyway. Oh, to-do list. Sorry, I'm an idiot. How am I gonna get this thing in here? I've got these like tiny ants that are all through my upstairs. I don't know where they're coming from. Stupid Arizona bugs. God damn it. Yeah. No, I was making some notes of clay that Sabretooth recommended, and he mentioned a movie called Sputnik, like a Russian alien type movie. I think he said it's on, what, Hulu? Yeah. Well, that's off camera. It's an animal farm. I've like read about people doing like writing streams where they like just stream them writing, and I mean that's, you know, cool that they're showing off what they're doing. I wonder how interesting that would be though. Alien ant invasion. Always aliens. What, ant aliens are best aliens? Yeah, my partner will watch any movie I put on, no matter how terrible. Not saying that's terrible, but you know, she doesn't mind me putting on bad movies. I mean, I told you guys we watched like the latest Tremors movie recently, which was not terrible for being a Tremors movie. Never hurts to watch Alien again. It's pretty okay. It's coming out. It's hard to recapture stuff like Alien in a newer movie, because I feel like it's partially like the time that it was made. You know, it's like one of those movies that kind of changed its genre, so we can like make something that's similar in theme, but it's never quite the same. You don't know their life. Maybe that's like hard work, easy work for them. I don't know. Trying to figure out the placement of this. Yeah, I've like temped in my life too, and even like recently, I tempt in Buffalo for like a couple of months, and because I just needed like some work, and it, you know, paid fine. That sucks. So I added I was trying to like make the chat like a bit less intrusive than that like big box. So I'm trying out like a Streamlabs plugin. Well, it's not even a plugin. It's just like it goes to like, I guess it goes to their server, and then it sends like data to my broadcast software. So there's probably like, it sucks that the lag is an issue, but I mean, I guess there's not much I can do about that. Where are my... Whatever. Yeah, but so I was I've like temped, and it was for like this paper company. It was the same thing. They like supposedly needed all this help, and because they were like transitioning their system over to some new like database thing, and they're running like Windows DOS like terminal programs, and it was like they constantly like didn't have anything for me to do, which was really frustrating for me. I guess that's fine. Watch me gouge my finger open instead of typing. Should probably glue this. I don't know. Goddamn glue. I assume that research stuff needs to be done, and like, you know, if you got someone that can do it, then while you're like doing your higher priority stuff, probably helps. Oh yeah, it was definitely frustrating. Like, it was like to the point where like I was leaving like after 3 or 4 hours most days. There was like one day I came in, and like by 9:30 they had like nothing for me to do, and I was just like, why am I here? Super dumb. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna wait for that to dry. Yeah, okay, we're not gonna be using this today, so. trying to start building this like injection channel. What are you making today? A mess. And you? That's where I do more like cleaning than anything else. It's the cleanup show. I mean, hey, that worked on Netflix, right? I didn't watch that Marie Kondo show, but apparently it was real popular. I don't know, there were like specific laws about like the kind of work you can give to interns. I only interned once, and I was fortunately was paid. So like, because I was doing like an actual job. It wasn't, fetching coffee or whatever. And I'm pretty staunchly in the camp of like interns should be paid. Because if they're doing like, work that an employee would do, then that deserves a paycheck. If you're shadowing, where you're not really doing anything, you're just observing, then sure, you can get by without a paycheck. I've seen plenty of like internship ads and they were unpaid, which seems crappy, especially if like you got to be at an internship, so many hours a week, which is basically a job, so you're gonna need some kind of compensation for it. God. Fucking damn this fucking thing. And that sounds legit. It's definitely, real work. Guess that's fine. Yeah, that's alright. Yeah, mine was basically just like it was basically a paid job trial or a probationary period, more or less. Like I learned stuff, but then I ended up getting hired on there permanently, so it worked out. Let's see. Trying to build up this injection thing. Let's see. Yeah, apprenticeships would be cool. I've like wanted to do something like that myself, and they just don't exist outside of like trades, and even then it's not that common. I'd like to have done something for like maybe even like coding or something, because there's I'm pretty good at like teaching myself stuff, but sometimes like you need like someone who knows what they're doing to like answer certain questions or help you with like the abstract stuff that's harder to glean from like a book or a lesson. Come on, you bastard. Sorry, trying to hold this one piece here is not working out too well. I haven't seen that, but I've heard good things about it. Like so many things. Alright, I guess that's... Fuck, come on. Alright, that's better. That's my little... Jesus fucking Christ, come on. I hate gluing shit together. Always a pain in the ass. So I just gotta sit and wait. Alright, so I'm waiting for that thing to dry so I can move on and build up around that. I was never big into scale models because it was always frustrating trying to glue stuff together and it like not move in my hand and end up like getting stuck to the wrong thing, and then I ruin it trying to take it apart. Sometimes this feels like that. Let's see, so I gotta dig this out. I guess I could finish this working on this edge. I'll probably definitely have to move this wall. Just gonna renovate this mold. I'm gonna knock out this wall, go with an open mold concept. I really want to take this side wall down, but it's holding the back wall up, so I can't. So what are your guys' weekend plans other than working? And sleeping, I guess. Yeah. Same. Yeah, I was talking to my sister last night, and she, I asked her what, like, they were doing, because she just had a baby last year. Like, his birthday was just this past week, or this week, and she's like, so she's a nurse, and she works in a hospital, and, you know, deals with COVID patients, and she's like, oh, we're gonna get together with, you know, my, her, husband's parents, and it's a little concerning. She's like, we're careful, his mom's immunocompromised, and, you know, I want to, like, trust her. Ugh. That's a lot of work on top of your work. So yeah, I'm like, not like thrilled that they're getting together, but there's really no point in like berating her about it. So yeah, I'll just be hanging out here and maybe working on this more, maybe not. I remember going out and doing things, going to bars. Psh, who's got time for that now? But hey, there's supposed to be a vaccine on the way, supposedly. That Pfizer one. But who knows how long it'll be till we see like a public deployment of that. Who knows if my insurance will even cover it. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the norm. We're going to see like lots of excuses being made. Everyone's quote-unquote careful, except they're not. Someday I'll be doing something on this stream that... Yeah, I remember that. They had like had bid on... But didn't like the government give back, or the Pfizer give that money back? I thought they had like... Maybe that was like research money they gave back, not the purchase funds. I don't know, I'd have to read up on it. The stuff I was reading this week was more just about the vaccine itself, not so much like the government drama that goes along with it. You'd think with like the state of things that it would be free, or at least like very cheap, like $10. Trying to find this parting line while I wait for this thing to dry so I can mess with it. It was Pfizer, the ones who are releasing this vaccine. They turned down all government funding, from what I had read, because they didn't want. They claimed that anytime a government gives you money for something like a vaccine, they have like an expectation, which is reasonable to think that, especially as like a large drug company. They basically didn't want. Their claim was they didn't want any particular country to like claim any kind of exclusivity to it. So they use their own money to research it, to fund it rather. Which brings like the cost of it into question for like the public, but who knows? I guess we gotta wait until it's actually deployed since it's still in trials. Alright, man. Thanks for jumping on to hang out even for a little bit. Good chatting as always. I might pop on stream randomly over the weekend. It'll probably send you guys a notification if I do, so it's not a guarantee, but I might. I got here a little late today. Got caught up with some life stuff. I had put up this post earlier today about failing and how that's okay and we shouldn't it was normalizing failure, because anytime you start something new, it's you're gonna mess up, you're gonna fall down, you're just gonna screw up. No one's gonna do a thing or start a new thing and just be immediately great at it. And so, like, you know, this thing I'm working on was that I had made, you know, a previous version of this, and it didn't work out how I wanted it to, and there were things I was like unsure about. I was like, oh, this could like go sideways, maybe it won't, and then it did, and so, you know, I had to just like adjust and move on. And sure, it felt crappy at first to realize like, oh, this work that I had done was like, you know, in the can more or less, but that's like okay. And especially when you're learning anything, if we're talking about interns and stuff, and you know, that's like a learning experience when you're, it's like, I mean, it's never like not okay to make mistakes. I guess it depends, right? Like, you don't want a surgeon to make a mistake, but a surgeon also is like an expert, so they should make, if they do make mistakes, it should be very like seldom. But as like learners, you know, mistakes should be accepted and normalized, instead of like, you know, like social media, you know, it's all about like showing the like best side of you. And so like today I put up this post talking about like how this, you know, this project, this mold was like, it like went sideways, and that like I learned some stuff from it, and that, you know, it's like we shouldn't be afraid of failing at something. That it's not a slight against your character because you made a mistake or screwed something up. If you like don't learn from it and keep doing it, then sure. So like I talked a little bit about that, and just trying to, you know, put that out there, and encourage people to like, you know, not beat themselves up when something goes sideways. Yeah, I mean, I've like, you know, screwed up plenty of times, and so this was like a good recent way to be like, hey, you know, just even though it looks like I'm doing all these things, like I'm still gonna goof up, I'm still gonna screw up sometimes and misjudge something, and you know, that's not like a thing you should feel bad about if it happens to you. Even simple stuff like, you know, cooking or whatever. Usually, if I'm like messing around with like a recipe or a meal, and I like feel like it's like not that great, I usually won't share it with my partner because I'm like, I'm just gonna eat this loss, and I don't need to subject you to this thing. That's a little different, like the saving her from it. I'm still like acknowledging the failure. Just you know, no reason to make someone eat crappy food that you made, unless, you know, you've got like budgetary restraints, and that's a whole other thing that I don't need to get into. That's too atomic to discuss on a personal level. Oops. So I've been like fortunate to be getting like praised lately for, you know, the work that I'm doing, and it like feels good, of course, but you know, it's like it's good to like offset that with hey, I screw up too, you know, and don't feel bad if you do. Yeah, for sure. I like make I make brunch every weekend. I make this like dish I call breakfast jambalaya, and it started off as because she was away for the summer, So it started off as a thing that I made for myself that was just using up stuff in the fridge. So I used like leftover vegetables and rice and like sausage and whatnot, and I just like sauteed everything up and threw some spices on it, a bunch of turmeric um, and cumin, and then I like dumped the rice in at the end, and then I like made 2 over easy eggs and threw them on top of this like pile. So, and it turned out like okay for being, you know, essentially just kitchen surprise. So I like made it for her like more purposefully, and she really enjoyed it. So like now she's like every weekend she's like, "Can you make breakfast jambalaya?" So we've kind of made it into like a thing. It's this like goofy one-off like thing that was, you know, made from just like scraps, turned into this recurring like fun meal that we do on the weekend. So then we get like champagne and make, you know, well, cheap champagne and make mimosas, and just like it turned into this like fun thing out of like just an experiment. And sure, that could have gone sideways. And but to go back to like the mistakes, every time I like break one of the eggs accidentally, I'm like, well, I guess I'll eat that, because you know, I want her to have like the nicer plate. Yeah, and she like does a lot of the cooking just because she's trying to get better at it, and you know, she's like trying to lose weight and stuff, so what she's eating is important to her. um but this is like a thing that, you know, she enjoys, that I can make for her as like a thanks for, you know, the stuff that you do throughout the week for us. So it's a little way to kind of, you know, reward her for just being supportive and doing stuff for the, you know, for us along during the week. Kind of a segue from failing, but you know, it's in there somewhere. Like, what else have I failed at recently? I mean, I haven't been doing a lot except for like this stuff, and yeah, really just this. I started a stream last time where I forgot to turn the mic on, so that was hilariously stupid. Fortunately, like, I realized within a few minutes, and I ended up just like ending the stream, deleting it, and starting a new one. And you know, no one had like joined as far as I know, so there wasn't no like real like loss for the viewer. But I like felt like a dummy for a moment, and then I was just like, well, it's a mistake, you know. It's the downsides of it are like pretty minimal, so don't get too like down about it. Just, you know, sure, it's like live, so you can't roll it back, you can't reshoot it. You just, you know, make a note of it and then move on. So that the post today was just about like you know, trying to like encourage each other to, you know, share your fails, not just your successes. Because like maybe someone that follows you is like in a similar position, and you know, they've been screwing up, and maybe seeing like someone that they admire or like, you know, are interested enough to like follow, seeing them screw up can reassure them that like, okay, I'm not a terrible person, I'm not, you know, incapable of doing things, because like this person that I think is cool or whatever has like screwed up. So it's like when I looked at the hashtag too, it seems like it's a lot of like exercise oriented stuff. Sorry. Which I guess kind of makes sense. Look at me pushing this thing back, so I broke this thing already. God. This is like, alright, this needs to go. Talk about a repeating fail. How many times has this thing come off? Like 4 or 5 now? But I'm like too deep in to like take it off and, you know, rebuild the bottom or whatever. So now I just have to kind of bumble around with this thing screwing up. I got Sabretooth had like recommended using fiberboard, which I guess is used in flooring and cabinet making. And because it like the glue grips that stuff better because it actually has something to like attach to, whereas like this is just a slick surface. And god damn it. So I've got some of that downstairs that I bought. I just haven't had time to like measure and cut a piece, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna go and, you know, add it to this. But like the more this keeps like screwing up, the more I'm like, oh, maybe I should revisit that idea. I'm gonna try to seal this thing back on here. So this is like a mistake that's been happening more than once. Every time I think I've sealed it well enough, it like breaks again. I've tried doing, man, the whole thing, like I have never had this happen this many times. Like it might happen once on a mold, but then usually I can just like add a little bit of glue and it's fine. This thing's just like, this particular mold has broken at least a half a dozen times now. I'm not really sure how to fix it. So I'm kind of at a point where I'm just like suffering with it until like it's at a point where I can just kind of, there's enough sides like glued down that it probably won't break off. That's definitely a real annoying thing that's been happening. Because this all like has been coming up. I know if the acrylic is too it seems like the whole thing is like separated off the back. If there's like any kind of residue on this acrylic, usually it won't stick. But I thought I cleaned it before I used this. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's just that what is it, coyote benching strength. I'm just a wild coyote who can't stop flexing. Whatever, we'll just keep going. That's all I do, man. When I'm not on here, I'm just benching coyotes. Maybe I should just not touch the sides. Just so strong, you know? The strongest. I'm still not really happy with that. Yeah, I saw that was coming out. I don't arena, so I don't usually have too much exposure to that. So I also don't PC. How is that? Like, have you? I don't know. Do you just draft it? Ah, okay. I thought it was broken again. Just the back. Got it. I thought about for like a minute installing it. But then I was like, I don't like 1v1, so never mind. Like, I don't mind it, and I think if it was like a live draft, I might be more into it. But, like, drafting with like randos online, eh. Yeah, I've seen mention of historic. I haven't really investigated what it was since I don't digital magic. But it's cool that it's like available. It's funny that like energy was like an interesting mechanic, but then, you know, it was what, too strong in some ways. Because I'd like to see, that's like one of the things that annoys me about like the game is that these like, well, now they're single set mechanics, which is I've always thought was stupid, that they don't like revisit things more often. I get they're trying to like sell cards or whatever. Yeah, it is. I mean, like, you can use it somewhat, but it's not like you'd almost have to build a 5-color deck to really utilize it, and there's not really even like much of a payoff for it. It's just like cute. I had a red deck that cared about it a little bit, but it also could have like lived without it too. Those of you who may be watching who don't know what we're talking about, we're talking about Magic the Gathering, the card game, because we're dorks. So that's one of the things, one of the interests that Bone Splinters and myself share is this nerdy card game. But it is a pretty fun game. I don't know. I mean, it's like too early to tell, really, because the set hasn't been out that long, and most of those cards don't have much of a payoff, because like they max out at 4, because that's all you can have as far as like your party. There's probably some cards that are like decent. I haven't really tried to add it to anything yet. There's probably some payoff. I just don't know where it is. I'm on kind of a spending freeze at the moment between like the last couple of sets where I bought collector's boxes. I'm trying to build up this, the bulk around this. This is going to like be an injection channel for resin, without breaking any of the things that I've already sculpted. Well, built up, I guess. I guess it's technically sculpting. I see it like separated at the bottom here. Yeah, supposedly I'll probably play like on webcam with some local guys later tonight if they like commit. I've managed to be able to like play a decent amount that way since the pandemic started. And there's like, I know there's people in our group that haven't played in like, you know, since February, like at all, unless they're playing like MTGO or whatever, which I also don't MTGO, so. It's kind of similar, yeah. So when I first started streaming, I used the first couple of times I used the Twitch app because I didn't really think about it. I was just like, well, I can just use the Twitch app, right, and do that. So, which is probably why like the first couple of videos were like pretty bare bones, and I think the video quality was a little lower. I don't know what it comes through now after compression and all that, but yeah. So I realized like after 2 or 3 sessions, I was like, oh wait, I have this camera app that I use to play cards. Why don't I just use that? Because it's like I have it. It's like 720p. I mean, it goes higher, but that's usually what I use for bandwidth. And so I like switched to that. So yeah, I'm using Epicam HD, which I guess got bought by Elgato at some point between like the summer or the spring and like now, because when I bought it, it was from like the company that made it, and then when I went to check for updates, it had been the site goes to Elgato, and Elgato just makes like video like hardware and accessories. They used to be pretty Mac exclusive, but I guess now they're cross-platform. So it's like a $7. You can pay for the HD version, the $7 cost to get the full version. And there's a little app you install on your computer that's just basically a driver. So when you like choose your video source, you can just choose Epicam. So that's what I'm using now for like the video. And then the mic is, I have a separate mic that I'm using that I just happen to have from like the olden days when I was like, I'm gonna make videos. Well, movies, and you know, that didn't happen, so it's just been sitting around. So I pulled that out and I'm using that. I bought a little USB adapter to connect it to my computer to get better, just like better connection. So it's like essentially the same setup. I have like a little stand I made out of cardboard, because I made some like TikTok videos too. I like messed with doing that for a little while for making molds and whatnot. So I've got a handful of TikTok videos up, and so this like cardboard stand I have is what I made for that. So like to like start streaming like where I am right now, quality wise, the total cost was like $7, and I think when I bought this mic, it was like $25, like 10 years ago or something. For your 60 card decks, if you're making their own cubes. Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds like a cool idea. Oh man, I gotta go back and watch Parks and Rec. I've only watched it all the way through once. I remember it being pretty good. I always think of like Cones of Dunshire. And of course, there's like I used to like really dislike the I can't even remember their names now. John Ralphio and his sister, but like now I think they're hilarious. Fuck, come on. Isn't Peacock free? I thought it was. Maybe I'm just uneducated. I thought it at least had a free tier. I don't again, like I said, I installed the app on my Apple TV, but I haven't actually tried to use it. So I don't know how the service actually is. I've gotten a lot of recommendations for Shudder, which like if you like horror movies is supposed to be really good. It's like I don't know, $5 a month or something for like unlimited streaming horror movies, and it's got like a huge catalog. I know that's not Parks and Rec, but I I kind of assumed that like Nick has it. I haven't asked him. Nice. Yeah, it's like way better than The Office. I'm actually not like a huge fan of The Office. I find it really annoying. But I really like Parks and Rec. And it's funny because it started off as like almost like a clone of The Office, and then it really like went its own way. Yeah, it's kind of weird with streaming. Like, what is it in the '90s and whatnot? People were like, "Oh, I just want to pay for the cable channels that I watch." So like, we basically have that now, except it's all a bunch of streaming services. And now every like network's trying to have their own service. It's like I'm not gonna pay for, you know, CBS streaming and ABC streaming and Fox streaming. Like, get out of here. I just won't watch your shows. Or I'll torrent them if I care that much. Like The Mandalorian, which I have not seen any of season 2 yet. So that's on my to-do list. Yeah, I'll agree with that. There's definitely funny moments in The Office, but it's like awful. Another show you've probably seen that I really like and is a good like comfort show is Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Like Parks and Rec, it's a show I feel like is consistently funny and interesting, and there's like really good character development. Moe's, man, I can't even remember. On The Office, I quit watching The Office like halfway through probably because I just disliked it so much. Or Moss, the only Moss I can think of is from IT Crowd. Yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is great. I thought they were gonna cancel it, but it got renewed and they just haven't started the new season yet. Probably because of COVID, like everything else. Okay. That's probably why I don't remember. I don't even know if I probably saw episodes with that character of Dwight's cousin in it, but just not like a thing that I remember. I thought 99 was coming back. Yeah, I don't know if it's on another channel or another network. That I'd have to look up. Um, but I definitely want to know because it's one of my more favorite shows as far as like a regular thing I like to watch. Maybe it was that because I was like, isn't it an NBC show? But I guess it was on Fox and then it maybe transitioned networks and I just like didn't even notice because we watched it through Hulu, so I don't really care like what network it's on. Yeah, but that show's got like consistently great writing. Just trying to smooth out this area without goofing up the rest of it. Yeah, I I love like Holt's character and like the relationship between him and Jake. It's hilarious. And yeah, and like the recurring jokes are really good and that they don't just like use them again, they always do something new with them. Like Doug Judy's great and that he like pops up every now and then. Like him and Peralta are hilarious. I have to try to finish this part of this mold tomorrow. I'd really like to get it done this weekend. Start pulling some casts from it. Oh yeah. I mean, Craig Robinson's been pretty funny in almost everything I've seen him in. Have you watched Hot Tub Time Machine? If you haven't, there's a sequel, and the sequel is actually better than the first one. It's like funnier, and it like has like the writing's just like a big improvement over the first one. It becomes like really meta. It's a hilariously good movie for being like kind of a sort of underground-ish comedy. Definitely watch the second one. If you like the first one at all, I think you'll like Hot Tub Time Machine 2 even more. I was really surprised like how clever the writing and stuff was in it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It's got like good comedians in it. It's like still about like, you know, time travel, but it's like ridiculous in different ways. So it's not just like a straight up retread of the first one. Oh, these tight corners. Always a pain. I guess I'll have to do. So I'm gonna dig out this bottom. So what else do you like playing? What games you playing? Movies watching? Books reading? What else is what else are you checking out lately? Anything? Like I said, Mando's on my list. You'd be surprised. It's been a while, and now I'm quite the IPA guy. It's like my go-to anymore. To the point where, like, sometimes I'll go into the shop and be like, okay, well, I need to get something that's not an IPA, just to, like, change it up. And I've actually gone toward, like, not, like, necessarily doubles and triples, but, I guess, like, West Coast hazies. Huh. Okay. That's cool. It's where an Iowa beer would be like referencing Chicago, but you know, maybe the founders are from there or live there. Because like we only lived there for 2 years and would probably move back if we had the opportunity. Yeah, I pretty much the only beers I'm not really into are like pilsners and most lagers. But yeah, my go-to anymore is usually some type of IPA. Yeah, I've been liking hazies, like West Coast hazies. Um, I like farmhouse ales. Like farmhouse ales are usually pretty good because they're kind of like they're just like this weird. Um, they have this weird like extra flavor, and I like didn't know what they were, so I had to look them up. And they're like, um, what is it? They're like made from like whatever's left over from like the farm, so the flavor profile's like not like specifically defined. So every farmhouse ale is like a little different, and they range in hoppiness, you know, depending on like the brewer. Yeah, so I've really been enjoying farmhouses when I can get them, and we haven't like gone out to get beer live, so to speak, in forever. Um, so I'm usually just kind of at the mercy of what my shop around the corner has. And I like sours a lot. The more sour, the better. And even then, like, it's more often, like, sours tend to be more tart than sour. So they're also kind of like, I don't know, they're not a wild card like farmhouses, but they're kind of a toss-up where, like, you don't necessarily know, unless you've had it before, if it's going to be, you know, more sour or like tart, because like they're not the same. Tart and sour, and I usually would prefer the sour over the tart, but usually it's the latter, not the former, and you know, I just like make the best of it. I've had some that are super sour, but not many. Most of them are like, they're a little sour on the front, but then on the back they like mellow out a lot, instead of like kind of inverting and being very sour on the back. Yeah, I used to make Amandine taste sours when I would get them, because she doesn't really like sour stuff. So she would make like the funniest faces. But she's like starting to either get conditioned to them or actually start to like them, because she hasn't like pinched her face tasting one in a while. Which makes the joke of having Amandine taste the sour a lot less funny, but I guess it's still good because then we can share more like types of beers. It's kind of tough to see what I'm doing right now. I'm just tamping down this like inner edge along this injection channel. part of what I like about the acrylic is you can see through it, but it can be problematic with the glue not sticking to it. Well, not sticking well enough, I guess, because it does stick, then it falls off and is like, no, I'm not doing this. Same. It's usually the same here. I do appreciate that they're like such a radically different flavor to like not normal beer per se, but hey, I can't control my coyote strength, okay? I can hear it cracking right now. Already too strong. You did. My wild coyote strength just couldn't listen. It was like, no, I must flex. Speaking of beer, now I really want one. Let's see, that's not terrible. This is very cramped. Nice, nice. I will be soon. Once I exit the stream, exit the plane of Twitch. Speaking of planes, I occasionally will make jokes about the cats or whatever being exiled to the upstairs or to the backyard. Amity does not think they're funny. Oh, probably not. I have no idea. It's just when I start is like I start at like 2 in the afternoon, and I would have to like leave and come back to like not like leave, not like cancel the stream, but you know, like take a break, which I guess I could do, but usually I'm trying to just get as much like progress done as I can. So I don't really think to like, you know, take a journey downstairs to the fridge. Maybe I should do that occasionally. But it's usually like around 6 I'm trying to like wrap it up. I'm going a little over today, which is no big deal, because it's Friday. Friday. But is it the best day? I don't know. Every day is Friday to me. Yeah, I doubt Twitch has like a rule about drinking on stream, but you never know with these companies. Yeah, I don't need to start that early. I usually don't have anything until like after 5. Just as a rule. Like we do a happy hour, a virtual happy hour with friends sometimes, like, um, which we should do sometime, you know, depending on your schedule, of course. So it's those we might do a little early if it's like East Coast friends. Okay, yeah, we should definitely do that. I think I have one planned. I know it's a lot, you know, having to drink a little early. I don't know. It's asking a lot, but I mean, I'm willing to do that for a friend. Willing to take on that burden. Willing to carry that weight. Considering there aren't any anthrocons, um, I know Zoom's not like, you know, great for groups, just despite like everyone using Zoom for everything. But it might be worth trying to arrange some kind of like, you know, FriendCon 2021 or something, since we're probably still going to be pandemicking into at least mid 2021. We could do some kind of virtual gathering. That might just be chaos, though. I don't know. Yeah, so they've had their own like private group chat for like a couple of years, a few years now. So the three of them stay in pretty good contact. Oh yeah. Yeah, I feel like from the ones that I've done, I feel like once you get past like maybe 8 people, it's like too many. And even 8's like a lot. I'll do that. It'll be we could probably put something together. I know like Nat's a little busy, but she's probably the only like wild card as far as like scheduling with them. I'll talk to Elamine about it this weekend and see if she wants to talk to them. I don't know what like I don't know if there's how much tension there still is with like Jen over like the past. So I guess I have to see how she feels. It could just be like you and I as well. So I don't know. I'll have that conversation this weekend, and we'll see what kind of feedback we get from it. Yeah, it looks okay-ish. Yeah, I think that's like more likely to happen. I think there's still some like latent hostility, so it's probably better to take that approach. That's a thing they need to work out on their own. I'm at 4 hours. Yeah. Well, I made some progress today. Not as much as I thought I could actually like finish this half, but I should know better than that. Definitely gonna have to work on this tomorrow. See if I can get this to a more finished state. I did entomb some beefy arms. I get too like not perfectionist, but sort of. So I like, and this clay is like kind of hard, so I have to work with it kind of slowly. So I think I'm gonna try to switch it up with a different clay next for like the next mold. Sabertooth recommended another type called Sculptex Soft. That's like part of the note I was making when you joined, and he said like he's seen a lot of other people talk about using that stuff for the mold positives and being pretty happy with it. So I'm gonna have to look into getting some of that to try out. He's like, this stuff is good overall, but it's like it could be easier to work with. I kind of, when you knead it like in your hands, it will soften up. And that's usually what I do. I don't know that I can like heat it as far as putting it under like a heat source or you know, putting it like in a bag in like simmering water or anything. I don't know how that would affect it. It also can't be like too warm for me to handle. But I could probably try like I don't know, it might be too messy. There might be a way. I guess I could look online, see if I can find anything about it. It's really just as this stuff gets older, as I've like used it for more than one mold, it will start to get kind of hard. And there's, if I had like a newer pack, I could show you. There's the newer, like the same clay that's new is like a more golden brown, whereas this is this like kind of like light brown, light grayish brown almost. And when it gets to this like light brown color, it becomes a lot harder. So the fresher stuff is like much easier to work with. So I think it might just be like a cost of using it, you know, multiple times. That it, I don't know, de-moisturizes the clay in some way. Where it's still workable, but it just is, it's just more firm in general. So it's probably just not like the best clay I could be using. It was like cheap to get. Yeah, it's a plasticine. Okay, yeah, maybe I should try that. Because I have a little toaster oven in here, and it says not to bake it. But I could probably put it on a sheet and put it in a low temperature, and just to warm it up. That's definitely worth trying. I could experiment with that tomorrow and see what kind of results I get. Because if that would work and soften it up even just a little bit, I could work a lot faster with this stuff. So that's if you're using a plasticine too and doing that, because it does seem to respond to heat, at least like body temperature heat. If I had like a better setup where I had a window with like, I mean, I do have a window with direct sun, but it's like in front of my desk. In the summer, I could just put it in front of the window, and the solar rays would warm it up. I actually had to put up UV film over this window in front of my desk because during the summer, the sun coming through the window is so hot that the room is just like an inferno. Yeah, I'll do some experiments with it over the weekend. I'll just take a couple of little clumps and toss them in the toaster oven at a really low temp and see how it responds. Because like it's not gonna burn at a low temperature. And it being a toaster oven, it goes pretty low. I mean, if it even got up to like, you know, body temperature, it would probably be a bit softer. That's why I think this stuff would actually be really good as like a sculpting clay instead of like what I'm using it for. Because it gets so stiff that it would hold like small details pretty well. And because I wouldn't bake it, I could just reuse it. So I actually kind of want to transition away from it for that reason, so I can use it as a modeling clay instead of, like, you know, for this mold backs. I don't even know why I'm finessing this so much. I'm going to have to carve some of it out to put one of these in. Okay. I should end this soon so I can eat dinner and then get my Commander nerd on. See if those dorks in my group are actually going to play tonight. Well, that's one order of 2 beefy arms. So, at least we got that somewhat done. Made some progress. Only had it break once. Progress. I'm gonna mess with this fiberboard I have too. I gotta cut that stuff down into smaller pieces that I can actually use, because I just have this like big 2x4 sheet outside on the porch. I might have to go borrow a jigsaw off our friend to like cut it. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here, I think. Alright, so I'm gonna probably. I could probably get my white devil demon cat. He chews on everything. Any stray cardboard, he's on it. Alright. So that was some pretty okay progress for one day. So I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Thanks for the chats. Many good jokes and stories were told. And I'll either be back on sometime this weekend or on Monday. Awesome. Sounds good, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching.